put it four-wheel high to get out last night. I parked back there and didn't think about it. But it rained over there. It rained. Last 2 nights it rained. Just poured for 2 hours. Yeah, oh yeah, rained.
We only had 2.5.
Well, water staying there, we're home too.
I never heard it.
Oh, it just kept raining on and on. I woke up 2 or 3 times it just rained. Maggie was out until after midnight. She got home and I was full, so she parked up at the house. I ran into it. Roads were all flooded.
I guess they done something first. The blunt kids got that. Flavors.
Yeah, flavors. Some girl got she was seen before. Flavor girl outside. I'll go over there looking at the antique tractors sometime too.
They canceled the tractor for it. We put gold in the pools over at Franklin. We put cinnamon in it, but I got a text message from the probably too saying it was canceled.
Well, that's right.
Let's go on.
You didn't miss anything yet. They both scratched out showmanship, so. Yeah. You're always wearing a monitor. Well, it just means your heart's working. If it's beating fast, it's no problem.
That's no fun.
Go there and talk to your sister. She'd probably compare notes with you.
That's why it's false stuff, but mom's always looking at the field.
Maybe your sister's up there sitting, she probably compare notes on doctors and everything like that. You guys can talk about medications and procedures. She went and had to go get some kind of stress test the other day. I wonder about that.
And then you got Uncle Ralph.
Then you got, yeah, and then
He's up there just chewing his
he
shoes.
don't even know who the doctor is.
Oh, hell no. He does.
He couldn't even get to the hospital if he had to.
He's over here.
Yeah.
We couldn't believe he drove over here.
He wouldn't know.
He keeps driving.
on that one of just filling out and coming. I think she probably has a better day still ahead of her. I didn't know if coming at me she opened up as good right in her, just in her shoulder blade and the base of her chest. Thought that gilt was maybe just a pinch long bodied and low fronted but truly balanced from the side, but a nice one there to end up in 3. This gilt coming in 4, probably a little staler in terms of her appearance overall, as skin and hair, and then just texture to her muscle and her body, maybe just a notch more mature in her look. But I thought square hind legged and just a little more functional in her build than what the gilt was that came in 5. The gilt that comes in 5 probably has just a little bit more stoutness and all the way through. I thought she was the most unorthodox in how she handled her hip and hind leg. Just like to coordinate her a bit differently if we could. But a good class of Iraq gilts. Get these 3 class winners back out here. I think they represent their breeds very, very well, and definitely some differences. I'm not telling you all 3 gilts look the same, but I think they all still have good and quality as you get them back out here. And I guess to me, it probably comes down between those two older class winners that we had just recently finished up. You know, I think you've got one that's probably undeniable in terms of just having a little bit of an edge and just stoutness and power all the way through. Maybe she hinges just a little bit different when you get her out here next to a couple others and how she goes behind. Maybe she's just not quite as comfortable in the set to her knee as another one. I think there's one out here too at the same time that in terms of just good livestock from a fundamental standpoint of pure athleticism, of just joint work and squareness is very, very good. I think there's one that just is as fresh as you can make them and right compositionally. Everything matches and balances very well. I like this young lady's gilt here in front of me, be her champion red. Congratulations to her. We dropped that second out and talked about how she was probably just a little more powerful than the gilt that preceded her in class, or that preceded her in that particular class. Maybe one that we would just alter a little bit in terms of the way she hits the surface on both ends, in terms of flex and give, refine her underline on the left side. If we could just a shot, I think a pretty logical place to follow up for reserve those young men out of the final class. She'll be your reserve red. Single entry February here, and I think one that represents that particular age division very nice. A gilt who reads to still have some maturity left to her as you project her forward, but she's still got some real muscle and dimension today. Gilt's heavy boned, nice gilt there to represent that February class. We'll put her back in the mix here in just a bit.
Class 8 Hereford Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Parker Williams, Waylon Grinstead, Cole Ritter, and Chase Brennan. Champion Duroc Gilt went to Izzy Grau, and reserve went to Cole Wable.
A young man in the orange shirt brings one in here that's pretty tough to turn. Hampshire class, one that's just so busted open and powerful and just so good in terms of her body design. Really like that about that gilt. She's still got bone and foot size to match. Good one to start this class. Young lady's got a gilt in too then that's probably just a little later maturing, a long body, long hip kind of a female. Got some length ahead of her shoulder. I appreciate that about her. Got some flex and give to her joints. I thought one that maybe got just a little bit flatter all the way through. Didn't read her to open and just base quite as true and genuine as what that class winner does. Gilt that comes out in 3 probably has just a little bit more power relative to her size. I like her at the top of her shoulder in terms of shape and dimension. A stout scope kind of a gilt. Reads a little quick and compact for me. I'd personally like to lengthen her cannon and set her back in her knee just a fraction. I think that gilt could benefit from just a more flexible hind leg as she gets out here and drives. Got a good build athletic one that comes here in 4 that's really sound and just mobile as she goes. Needs just a little more feature and density all the way through for me. Gilt that comes out in 5 maybe has that advantage, but with that, I thought got just a little shorter coupled and quicker in the way she was built. I'd personally like to stouten her skull up and lengthen her out of her hip to get her to balance better, but a good class of Hampshire gilts.
Class 9 Landrace Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Pair of them out here for our champion reserve hamp contention that I think match up well. Gilts that have some real dimension and some real muscle. Gilts have some real dimension and muscle to them as you would anticipate for their breed. I think there's one that's just a little more ideal in terms of balance and the way she fits the that one out here surfaces pretty well for a young man there out of the second class. Your champion Hampshire, congratulations to him. We dropped that second place out and definitely athletic, nice built one. Probably like power up just a fraction off the ends. I think for reserve, the next best place to follow.
Class 10 Landrace Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Nora Privet and Tanner Dawson.
Good class of Hereford gilts. There's some different types and kinds out here. I'm not going to tell you this class winner is just the fanciest looking one, but I think in terms of fundamentals, that one squares up really good at the base of her skeleton in terms of just where her feet hit the surface relative to maybe another stout one in here. And yet I still think just body shape's very good in that gilt. I think bone work matches incredibly well. Nice Hereford gilt to start. Young man's gilt that obviously probably got a tough age break following in with some of these bigger ones here we're going to follow with for reserve. I think individual just build and design and look from the side. That gilt is intriguing as any in this Hereford lineup. I like the angularity to her skeleton, the way she gets out and flexes. I think for her age and maturity, she's got plenty of width and dimension. I'd personally like to just stouten her feature up a little bit in terms of her arm and her foot, but I think that's still a nice one just from a build and squareness standpoint. Beats the gilt in third. Gilt in third drives right under you and up high. She's incredibly bold and well presented. I love just the texture to her skin and her muscle pattern. Very, very dimensional. A big pin kind of a gilt. We get her off to the side, and that gilt wants to collapse in her front pastern just a fraction more, and the way she goes up front. Biggest hold up for me is the way her hock is shaped. I want to square up her rear joint and make her just a bit more mobile behind. Gilt that comes out then in four is one that's really shapely and dimensional again when you get in the upper part of her skeleton. Read her just a little stiltier in her shoulder blade. Didn't think she functioned out of her hip quite as loosely, but still a nice Hereford gilt to close out there in that class.
Class 11, Poland Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Valerie Adams and Kinley Privet. Class 12, Poland Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Audrey Davis, Caitlin Graham, and John Zeller.
Single entry February, and obviously I think one that's done well for her age in terms of just performance. But man, you study that gilt from a quality perspective, and I think there's a lot of good there. She's sound, she's clean jointed and functional when she goes. Gilt's really good in terms of just her spread and the way she opens up high. Be interesting to see that gilt back against a couple of our Januaries. That's a nice single entry for her.
Class 13, Spot Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Tyler Drummond and Landon Glunt.
Pair of them here in this second class. I like the young lady's gilt closest to me to start here. I think one that just balances a shot better right in the center part of her spine. I like the way she lays that into her skeleton with just a bit more levelness and collectedness, if you will. And I think one that is truly more dimensional at the same time. Maybe just tweak her a little bit behind, particularly in her left rear and the way she wants to handle and rotate that outside of the plane of her skeleton. But a nice gilt there to start that class. Young man coming out at 2 there. I think one that's really extended. You like the shape and dimension that gilt hits you with right up high. Maybe one that from the side gets just a bit piecier in the way she handles her top and blends in ahead of her hook bones. Maybe one that wants to narrow down to her foundation just a fraction more, but a good place to go second there in that class. We get these two class winners back out here, and I think both represent good kind of land race females. I'm not going to lie to you. One hit me pretty hard for just how comfortable she was and how good she was from the surface up in terms of the way her skeleton was built and still packing the kind of power that she has from there on up. Young lady single entry is going to be your champion. We're going to follow up with this young lady for reserve. Congratulations, guys.
Class 14, Spot Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Tanner Dawson, Cole Ritter, Lainey Mendenhall, Jackson Davis, Caden Broyette, and Jillian Oswald. Class 14 Spot Gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Probably got just a little bit of trade-off in this pair of Poland gilts here out of this February division. The young lady's gilt on the far side there is the one I like to go ahead and start this class. I think just from a freshness standpoint, I like that gilt in terms of how she opens into her forerib a bit better relative to the gilt in two. I think she's got a better angle to her shoulder blade and the way she gets out of her front end at the same time. You know, the hold up on her before she wins easy, is she square enough going away? Does she relax her ankle good enough? I think in a perfect world we'd modify that, but I think it's still a nice place to start this class. Young lady's got a gilt coming in two that is probably just a little square and more secure in her rear leg, and I appreciate that about her for sure. Big outline, long spine kind of a gilt. Wants to rock forward in her shoulder just a fraction more and collapse out of the backside of her blade. I want to freshen her up there in her mid body, change the shape to her forerib, but a good pair of February Poland gilts.
Class 15, Tamworth Gilts. Catherine Farmer, please make your way to the makeup arena. In Class 16, Yorkshire Gilts, Addison Huff, Eli Biddle, Kinley Privet, Eva Beckner, and Cody Enzer. Please make your way to the makeup arena.
Really good class of January Poland gilts. Young man in the orange shirt's going to have your class winner there on the far side. And I mean, I think that one's very unique in a lot of different ways. You could put a lot of adjectives to that one for what she does from the side. I mean, to me, that one's almost got a crossbred look from the side in terms of her proportions and just the way she balances and blends. Incredibly bold and fresh in the upper part of her skeleton. Gilt still got good range of motion. I'm not going to tell you she's just perfect in where her hock plants and where her hock lies out of the base of her skeleton, but to me, that's a minor thing when you put that many positives together in one package. Young lady on the far side in the white shirt's going to be second in this class, and I think one that probably is just a little square in the rear leg. If anything, maybe pulls her hock in just a fraction, and I don't mind that at all. But with that, maybe just a little shorter in terms of her rump and not as neat in where her tail sits on the top side of her hip. I thought one that was maybe just a little more general in terms of her look, but you won't get right in that one and talk about body shape and angles. I think that one's still very good. This is a respectable kind of Poland gilt still to end up third in this class. I'd maybe like to see this gilt in the previous class from a size perspective. She's fundamental in terms of her skeleton and her build. I think she balances nicely, gets outpowered just a bit in this lineup, but that's still a very nice one to end up third in a good Poland class. you get these two class winners back out here, and I think both represent for their breed incredibly well and their maturities at the same time. I'd probably let the cat out of the bag a little bit. One hit me very, very hard, a unique Poland Gill. Young man out of Class 2 is going to be your champion. We dropped that second out and talked about just maybe not as tricked out in terms of look and just out there pieces as what our champion is, but fundamentally a good-legged, big-footed one that's still very good in terms of just her body shape and functionality. I like that second place skill to be reserved pretty handily. Nice job of that young lady.
Reserve champion Poland Gilt, Caitlin Graham, and your champion Poland Gilt, John Zeller. There is a gray Blazer parked in front of the sheep barn with Ball State license plates reading BU 7181. If this is your vehicle, it needs to be moved or it will be towed. Once again, there's a gray Chevy Blazer in front of the sheep barn with a Ball State license plate reading BU 7181. If this is your vehicle, it needs to be moved or it will be towed. Thank you.
Pair of February spot gilts. I like the young man in the green shirt here in front of me to be our class winner. I like the way that gilt blends and just her hip loin and blends her spine together a shot better than our second place skill. To me, she's got the edge and just length of hip and just range of motion off her rear skeleton. Still got a neat, fresh look there from the side. Gilt that comes in two, I think one that's still got some dimension to her. You get right behind that gilt. I like just shape to her upper hip, the squareness she's got down to her foundation. It's just a little piece here from the side for me. Probably doesn't tie her neck as neat, doesn't just blend her top line together quite as well, but good pair of those younger spotted gilts.
Results of Class 13. First place went to Landon Glunt and second place Tyler Drummond. Please start bringing Class 17 lightweight crossbred gilts to the makeup arena. Claire Rulin, Berkeley Williams, Logan Bates, Cameron Merriman, Brody McKinney, Randy Pitts, Jonathan Schnarr, John Zeller, and Ethan Miller. Class 17, please make your way to the makeup arena. We would like to introduce our judge for today's show, Hayden Wilder. Hayden is from Remington, Indiana. He attended Black Hawk East and Western Illinois University, where he was a competitive member of the livestock judging team at both schools. Hayden received his MBA from Western Illinois University while he was the assistant coach to the livestock judging team. Currently, Hayden is an ag instructor and serves as a livestock judging coach at Lakeland College in Mattoon, Illinois. If we can please give him a round of applause.
A little bigger class in this January spot gilt group. Got a pretty easy winner in my mind, and then you could probably switch some things around depending on where you want to lay some priorities. This gilt that we're going to start with, I think, comes at you square and good in her knee and her front foot, particularly relative to the breed. I think opens up incredibly well from there back. Maybe got a little extra set to her hind leg, but I'm okay with it because I think she uses it with a lot of reach and a lot of comfort out here. Nice gilt to start this particular class. I thought the young man's gilt that we're going to follow up with in two, then maybe not just out there anyway, but I thought particularly from her shoulder back, I thought she was the next most fundamental one in here in terms of having some length to her rump, having a big rear leg that still works well and flexes relatively good when you take her to the surface. I'd like to push that gilt back in her shoulder blade and modify just her front foot placement a bit if we can. She's not as bold and opened up as our class winner, but that's still a nice gilt there to end up in two. Young lady coming out in three's got a gilt that in terms of just raw power and stoutness probably has maybe as much of an advantage as anything in here, and I definitely appreciate that gilt when she drives right under me in terms of just dimension and the way she opens in the upper part of her skeleton. I thought she was one that got just a bit more tangled up on both ends of her framework in terms of the way she drove. To me, from a maturity standpoint, she's starting to show just a little bit of age right at the top of her crest, maybe not just as fresh in her overall appearance. Gilt that comes out then in four is a good body kind of a gilt. I think still pretty mobile in terms of her hip and her rear leg. She comes at me a little bit winged out in her elbow and a little more unorthodox in terms of her front foot placement. I personally like to stouten the gilt up just a shot in terms of her feature. I think there's some neat pieces in the gilt coming out in five in terms of being just a little heavier skeleton. Probably comes at me a shot better and just truer at the surface than what the gilt right ahead of her does. A little drier and flatter through her mid-body. Thought she got just a bit more tangled up in the way she handled her rear legs, not quite as coordinated. Got a gilt here we close with. It gives up a little bit of performance in this class, but individually still got some muscle and shape. Nice class of January spot gilts.
Results of Class 14, 6th place, Tanner Dawson. 5th place, Lainey Mendenhall. 4th place, Jackson Davis. 3rd place, Jillian Oswald. 2nd place, Cole Ritter. And class winner, Caden Broyette.
Get these two class winners out here, and I think both gilts have some mobility to them and just some correctness. I think reserve might get a little bit closer. I think, for champion, you get past one maybe being just a little throaty. I think from there back, impressive to have the power that she does and still be as mobile and good in her joint work. Young man's bigger gilt's going to be your champion spot. Congratulations to him. We dropped that second place gilt out and talked about how, there were some things in that one in terms of heaviness of bone and just the way she squared behind as you took her to the surface. It probably gave her an edge over some of those gilts in that older class. We set her up front, and for me, I'd like to just shove her shoulder back and modify the way she's built off her front skeleton. I think there's another one that just in terms of range and comfort and look from the side fits me a little better. Maybe a shot more immature, but I like the young man's lightweight gilt or February gilt there to be a reserve. Congrats to him.
Reserve champion spot gilt goes to Landon Glunt, and the champion spot gilt goes to Caden Broyette. Class 18 lightweight crossbred gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Jacob Drummond, Faith Lehman, Jesse Bishop, Elizabeth Miller, Addison Huff, Brody Peel, and Eli Biddle. Class 18, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Just one Tamworth gilt, but I think represents this breed nicely and will do so in the champion drive later on. A good-bodied, pliable, centered kind of a gilt. She's really functional as she gets out and goes on her feet and legs. Maybe not out there in any one way in terms of just extras. Maybe clean up a pin there on the right side of her underline if we could, but I think still a nice Tamworth gilt to represent. Let's put our hands together for that young lady.
Champion Tamworth gilt goes to Catherine Farmer. I had a nice Yorkshire gilt to start here. I think one that just from a fundamentals and skeleton standpoint needs to win this class pretty quickly. Just the most correct one when you watch her go, and as you take her to the surface, still a gilt who's got some density to just her lower skeleton. I think spreads open more than good enough. Nice gilt to start this class. Young lady's gilt's going to be second, maybe a little more of a breeding piece than just a show gilt out here. I mean, ultra dense in terms of her skull, big in her arm. I love the roll to her upper body. Front two-thirds of that gilt are pretty interesting. She's got a square hock up for me and lengthen her rump as she goes right away, but a nice gilt there to be reserved. Young lady's got a gilt in 3 then that's probably a little bit safer, if you will, than maybe the gilt we tie for reserve there, just in terms of length of hip and step behind. I thought got just a little bit flatter and more concave in her forerib, though, a little more fragile in the way she was put together, but a nice gilt there to end up in 3. Gilt coming out in 4 then. I thought one that just in terms of body and softness ran into a couple issues here. Probably the narrowest top gilt in class in terms of width, but I like the way she used her rear leg just a bit better than the gilt in 5. Gilt in 5's got just a little more performance and substance to her. I just can't get her to be comfortable in the way she goes off her hip and hind leg. I like to just alter that a little bit, maybe make that gilt a bit more genuine in terms of width, but a good class of Yorkshire gilts. Class 19 heavyweight crossbred gilts, please make your way to the makeup arena. Cody Inzer, Ty Kramer, Cole Wabel, Michaela Clark, Gabriel Snyder, Ty Kramer, and Trip Baugh. Class 19, please make your way to the makeup arena. Reserve champion Yorkshire Gilt goes to Addison Huff, and champion goes to Eva Beckner. Concluding our champion cross gilt, we will go ahead and start the barrow show. So once we complete the barrow show, we will take our lunch break, and then we will do our grand drive gilt and grand drive for barrows at the end. So once again, concluding our gilt show, we're going to go ahead and go right into our barrow show. After that, we'll take our lunch break, and then we'll return to do our grand drives.
We started off with this lightweight crossbred gilt class. I think the young man in the light orange shirt here has got one that we'll talk about just continuation for a lightweight. I think she's got the most of it in here in terms of just the way her skeleton's built. She's the most flexible and comfortable one out here by a pretty big margin. She's the squarest coming and going. One that I think still got appropriate width for her particular maturity. Nice gilt to start. 2 and 3 gets a little bit closer. I'll be honest with you, gilt in seconds probably just a little quick for me in terms of where she's at, you know, as a lightweight crossbred gilt. But I thought her pieces were just a little more interesting than the gilt that's going to follow in third. Just a little stouter skull, a little truer in terms of her forerib. I think that gilt's leveler hipped than the gilt that's going to come in 3, and I appreciate that about her. I'd like to probably refine her a little bit in terms of her rear joint, just the shape to her joint if we can. Maybe lengthen that gilt's cannon and extend her out just a shot. And I think this red gilt coming in 3 has those advantages of being just a little taller shouldered and a little longer body, bigger outline kind of a gilt. Good shape when you get right in the upper part of her skeleton. Thought she was pitched just a little further forward in her forearm and her shoulder blade. Thought that just a shorter hip gilt that wanted to plan on her outside toe as she drove right away. Still a nice one there to be third. Young man's got a nice profile and gilt coming out here in fourth. His partial belted gilt's tall fronted and attractive and long ahead of her blade. I thought coming at me though, she flattened and collapsed too much right there through the base of her chest. Want to open her up in this regard, give her just a shot more skull than feature. Chester Pairing gilt coming out next. Probably a little plainer in this class relative to some others. Maybe doesn't have the extras, but I thought in terms of just feet and legs and function, I thought still one that we could talk about with some merit in this particular class. 6 comes out. That gilt's definitely got just a little more stoutness and dimension to her. I like her bone work and her feature. Gilt's a little timid for me on both ends of her skeleton and the way she goes. Personally like to change her ham loin, the way that blends, and just freshen her mid-body up a shot. We get down 7, 8, and 9 gilts that I think are built good from a fundamental standpoint. Maybe like to give them just a little bit more performance and power. Good way to start off those crossbred gilts.
Class 20 heavyweight crossbred gilts, please make your way to the show arena. Blake Brown, Charles Merriman, Ashley Wabel, Mercedes Schmidt, Caitlin Graham, and Landon Glunt. Class 20, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results from Class 17, 9th place, Cameron Merriman. 8th place, Claire Rulin. 7th place, Brody McKinney. 6th place, Berkeley Williams. 5th place, Randy Pitts. 4th place, Jonathan Schnarr. 3rd place, Ethan Miller. 2nd place, Logan Bates. And class winner, Ethan Zeller.
Get to the second lightweight class, and I think the red calico, red roan gilt there is a nice place to start. I think she's got, you know, the density and the power that separates her here, but she still checks out pretty darn good in terms of just squareness and build down low. Once we get her going out here and rolling, I encourage you to try to hit on that gilt right here. So we get her rolling, you know, versus on her head, because I think when she gets out and goes, you can appreciate that gilt from the side. Squares up really good when you get in right behind her. I thought 2 and 3 then was maybe a little bit of a closer decision depending on where you want to set priorities. Gilt in second. I prefer her front pastern strength. I prefer her elevation at the top of her shoulder. She's one that's just a little bit fresher for me at the same time. I think that becomes a sorting factor. I'd like to square her hock up to maybe play with that class winner, but a nice gilt there to be 2. Young man's gilt's going to come out in 3. Is square. She just directly tracks away from you in terms of her rear leg posture and the way she's assembled there. Good fundamental gilt in terms of her hip and hind leg, a good body kind of a gilt. Gets a little collapse on her front pastern for me, one that's probably just a little bit plainer in terms of shape at the top of her shoulder. At the same time, didn't know if she balances well and it had as much lift blade forward, but I thought still shoulder back there was some good to discuss in that one. Kind of an interesting one coming out here next. If you like them stout and extra powerful and dense, you probably work this gilt up a shot. She's got all those ESTs and advantages. I just couldn't convince myself her hind leg was acceptable enough. Wants to roll that hock a little bit. I'd probably like and change just into a rump. Blue gilt coming out then in 5. I think in terms of just fundamentals and basic build, she's one you can appreciate. Could maybe work up a spot or two relative to just rear leg design over that gilt we just discussed. Wants to run downhill a bit more and get just a bit plainer in terms of her look. Like to stouten her up a bit in her feature. Gilt coming out next, a big outline extended one that wants to flatten and close up just a shot more on both ends. I think the same can be said for the blue gilt that comes out in 7. A nice design, sound structured gilt that just needs a little bit more power. Good class of lightweight cross gilts. Get these two class winners back out here, and then didn't maybe know how they'd fit, but I think both of them for lightweight gilts do some things that you can sure like. I think as you get them out here comparatively, there's one that's built just a shot looser in her skeleton, a little better in just the set to her knee, a little more athletic as she goes. Young man's class 1 gilt's going to be your champion light. Congratulations to him. Dropped that second place out and talked about how she was, individually just a stout, powerful one. Maybe just a little moderate and a little quick out here for reserve. I think the one to follow up with pretty logically is young lady's red gilt. She'll be reserve light. Congratulations to her.
Reserve lightweight crossbred gilt goes to Ellie Miller, and champion goes to Ethan Zeller.
Good way to start out our heavyweight division here. Young man's got an interesting gill we're going to start with in this thin belted one. I mean, absolutely awesome coming at you in terms of chest width and the way she opens and squares down to her surface. Got a stout skull, but yes, still a neat jaw, incredibly big and bold in the upper part of her back when you get right on top of her. You know, I'm not going to tell you she's perfect behind, and the way she handles them probably get just a pinch wide, but you know, that's bound to happen when they've got that much heat they're packing. I think a nice gilt to start this particular class. Gilt that comes next probably is just a little square and truer and where her stifle and hock sits in her. I appreciate that about her. I still don't think she takes as long of a step off either end. A little quicker and choppier in her motion. I personally like to just lengthen her cannon and lay her shoulder blade back, but I think that gilt's still bow-bodied, big pinned, and shapely. I thought she balanced better than the gilt that comes in 3. This gilt in 3rd is awesome just from her blade back when you study her up high in terms of shape and dimension and freshness. Like those things about her. I think still goes pretty well off her hip and hind leg. From the side, wants to tie her neck just a little lower out of the top of her shoulder. Doesn't blend as good in her blade-loin junction. I didn't think she balanced as well, but I still like that gilt's power and her ability to have some mobility as she gets out and goes. Kind of an interesting gilt coming in 4, and if we could just power this gilt up high a little bit in terms of her forerib and upper rib shape. That's a long-fronted gilt who's long spine. She's athletic and comfortable out here. Really one, I think that, you know, if we keep her head kind of level, with things all fit together, we get that head a little higher. She wants to break and deviate in her spine just a bit more, but I like that gilt's function and build a good deal as she goes. Gilt coming out in 5 probably has just a little more power and dimension right through the center part of her body. Thought she got just a little more jammed up and rounder in her build off both ends. Didn't think she had quite the look. Like to maybe modify just the stability to her rear pastern there as well. Gilt that comes out then in 6, I think similar to type and kind in her in terms of having some width and dimension, probably just a little too wide on both ends for me. Wants to get out in her elbow and push her hock just a little bit. Like to square up a shot in terms of just the way she reaches and goes. Got a bigger, more extended, pretty gilt coming out here in 7. Gets a little straighter in her hock, gets just a little flatter in terms of her rib. Still a nice gilt to close that class. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Class 21, Berkshire Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Julia Fisher, Jesse Bishop, Izzy Grau, Annie Scheller, Ethan Miller, Cody Enzer, and Charles Merriman. Results of Class 19, 6th place went to Cody Enzer, 5th place, Trip Baugh, 4th place, Michaela Clark, 2nd and 3rd, Ty Kramer, and 1st place, Cole Wabel. Just a reminder to all exhibitors, the deadline to sign up for the auction is at 12 o'clock this afternoon. Please come see us if you need to get signed up.
Probably closest or toughest decision thus far today in your gilt show in this pair of heavyweight crosses. I like both of them a good deal, and I think both these gilts do a lot of things good. There's give and take between them. Gilt we start with, where do I think her advantages lie? I think coming at you, she opens up better at her knee. I like just the natural spread she's got in terms of width to her chest. I will tell you with that, she's not as good in her front pastern quality as is the second place gilt. That's why I think that view becomes close between them. I think from a freshness standpoint, though, that's the gilt that's got just a bit of an edge. You study her from her crest all the way down her spine back to her ham loin. To me, that gilt just reads a shot better in terms of body composition, just a shot fresher. I think she loosens the longer she goes in terms of her rear joint and the way she flexes and travels behind. Saw this gilt in showmanship that ends up in second, and I liked her then and knew that gilt would be a fun one to study. We got her back out here, got a very big rear leg working in that gilt. She knows how to use it incredibly well, and I appreciate that about her. Comes at you, I like just the stability to her front pastern, but at the same time, want to just open her up in her knee in relation to just the spread and extension she's got from there back. I didn't think that gilt was just quite as fresh and quite as youthful as the class winner. Still a very, very good pair of them to talk about there. This gilt coming out next is fundamentally, I think, good one that maybe just runs into a couple that have some extras. To me, this gilt's tall shoulder. She's good hind-legged. Balances up nice from the side still. Thought she got just a little bit flatter in her shoulder blade and flatter in her rib, maybe compared to a couple of those up ahead. But I thought fundamentally she beat the gilt that came in four. The gilt came in four's got some neat pieces, man. If you like bone work and stoutness and skull, that gilt's got it. Really big up high, really broad, and just opened up in every sense of the word. Little soft and down on the front pastern for me. Probably get just a fraction wide in terms of her hock. I'd personally like to just change the way that gilt goes and make her a shot more comfortable at both ends. Nice, still good looking. That comes here in 5. Needs more width and power all the way through. Gilt we close with in 6. Has an added shot of muscle and stoutness. Thought she got just a bit rounder and coarser in the way she was built, though. Great class of heavyweight crosses to finish on.
Results of Class 20, 6th place, Blake Brown. 5th place, Charles Merriman. 4th place, Ashley Wabel. 3rd place, Mercedes Schmidt. 2nd place, Caitlin Graham, and class winner, Landon Glunt.
We get these two class winners back out here and in a very good heavyweight cross division. I think only a dozen or so gilts in the division, but man, I think quality and depth in that particular guy was very, very good. We get them back out here, and I think there's one that's just more mobile and more comfortable. We just complimented her for just her freshness and attractiveness and ability to blend it together well. Young man's out of class 2, green shirt, they'll be your champion. We dropped that white gilt back out, and like I said, I thought that was a close decision in class with some trade-offs to discuss. Just to talk about the other gilt out here, we like just that gilt's width and her stoutness and her power. Maybe her hind leg gets to be just a little more of a question mark or hold up out here. I think to follow up for reserve, though, it makes sense to keep that pair of heavies together. Young ladies' white gilt's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve heavyweight cross gilt goes to Caitlin Graham, and champion goes to Landon Glunt. We will now be showing for our overall crossbred gilt.
Get these two division winners back out here, and both of them, I think, represent quality stock from the side and just the way they assemble and proportion and fit together. There's probably just minor trade-offs in each of them and how you maybe tweak each of them, but I think at the same time, one's pretty overpowering out here for just the positive she brings. Young man in the green shirt's going to have your champion cross. we dropped this reserve heavy out again, and we talked about that pair in class and then in division again. And I think you could flip and flop those depending on what you want to set some priorities. She comes back out here, and I think, again, we need to keep that pair together. Congratulations, young lady.
Overall crossbred reserve grand champion gilt goes to Caitlin Graham, and champion goes to Landon Glunt. Class 22 Berkshire Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Cade Henderson, Cole Ritter, Jenna Peterson, Jackson Davis, and Seth Osborne. Second call for Seth Osborne, class 22. Please make your way to the makeup arena. Class 23, Chester Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Braxton Stahlbaum, Chase Brennan, Cade Henderson, and Brennan Underwood. Immediately following the Barrows show, we will have sign-ups at the front table for the Mini 4-H show that will take place at 7 p.m. tonight. So if you would like to sign up for that, we will have a sign-up sheet here after the Barrows show.
little give and take in this lightweight Berkshire class. Young man's bear, we're going to start with it, and perfect, but I think he's the most unique one out here. He's the freshest, he's the boldest, he's the sharpest looking one. The proportion's good from the side. He's a little wide in his hock. We get behind him, he needs lengthened out of his rump, but I think still nice place to start this class. Young man's bear, it's going to be second then. I thought just a little bit leaner, a little later maturing than the bear that's going to follow him in third. Really a heavy bone kind of a bear that's still correct in terms of his rear leg. Didn't read him just as expressive in terms of shape as what that class winner is. A little lower in how he ties his neck out the top side of his blade. Bear that comes out in three then, you know, there's times I want to take into that bear and use him a little higher because I think he's moderate. I think he's really good bodied. I think he's a pretty structured kind of a bear. For me at this weight, he's pushing just a little too much in terms of cover, and to me just reads a little greasy, I guess, as a lightweight Berkshire bear. I'd like to lean him up and freshen him just a fraction, compositionally speaking. Bear that comes out next, heavy bone one that's got some pin width and some dimension when you get right behind him. Hug breaks behind his shoulder, wants to run downhill just a bit more, doesn't balance up good enough from the side in my opinion, but I thought he was still better just in his spine carriage than the bear that's going to come next. Here's a kind of a sharp looking bear that comes out in five, a tall shouldered one that's neat up ahead of his blade in terms of extension. He's shapely. He gets a little tight right in the center of his spine, wants to just roach up and not flex and go. I'd personally like to base him just a little bit wider when we get right behind him as well. Bear comes out here next, I thought was one that was pretty fundamental in terms of his feet and legs. I read him just a nickel fragile and frail and refined out here. Wants to duck underneath himself a bit more, not open up with quite as much shape. Big productive centered kind of a bear that comes out next. It's just a little plainer and more nondescript, little rounder in his build. Good way to start off that bear show.
Results of Class 21. 7th place, Jesse Bishop. 6th place, Julia Fisher. 5th place, Izzy Grau. 4th place, Annie Scheller. 3rd place, Ethan Miller. 2nd place, Charlie Merriman. And 1st place, Cody Inzer. Class 24 Duroc Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Kaylee Smith, Nora Privet, Anthony Charlton, Jacob Glunt, Jonathan Schnarr, and Tanner Dawson. Class 24, please make your way to the makeup arena. Good pair of heavyweight Berkshire bears out here. Going to use young man's bear there out in the center to win this class. I think from the surface up, he's bigger footed and just a little denser in his arm and his rear leg. But more importantly, we get these two out here and kind of study him driving ringside. I think he's just more comfortable and coordinated in where things go, particularly in the way he just, probably a little in at his knee, but he's more secure in his elbow than the bear that's going to come in too. I think he drives and pushes off his rear leg with just a shot more flex as well. In terms of just shape and dimension, I like the bear in second a good deal. He's
very, very muscular and busted open up high. He's a big hip, big pin kind of a bear in terms of just shape and power all the way through. Gets a little rounder and shorter out of his hip. Doesn't use his rear leg quite as good. Like to bring him back within himself in terms of just his elbow as he comes directly to you. Bear that comes in then in 3. I think front 2/3 of that barrel we can like a good deal in terms of having a good look ahead of his blade. Still comes at you pretty square. He's got some dimension and some shape up top. We get to the rear part of him. I thought he wanted to just round out of his hip and pull that hind leg underneath him a shot more. I didn't think he just landed and balanced quite as well as a couple of those ahead, but nice bear there to end up in 3. Bear that comes in next, good body, productive kind of a bear, out on his feet and legs. Thought he ran out of just shape and width all the way through here. Got a little flatter in his forearm, a little blander in terms of his muscle. Bear that comes out next, a real big centered one, stout stole, bends forearm kind of a bear. I thought compositionally he was the plainest one though in terms of just his shape. Like to freshen him up and lean him up a little bit. Good class of Brook Bears. Get these 2 class winners back out, and I think both bears that have got some power and some muscle and some dimension to them. I like the way one of them just handles his rear leg better in terms of squareness, and yet I still think he's a stouter structure kind of a bear. That man in the purple shirt there out of 2nd class going to have your champion Berkshire. Congrats to him. Probably gets a little closer for reserve. I mean, to me, you've got one that probably squares up a little bit better in the 2nd place, but maybe labors a bit more. You've got one that probably takes a little longer step behind maybe in our lightweight bear. But man, you maybe just question where that hawk sits out here in terms of squareness. I think still though, in terms of comfort level, he's the one that's got the edge. I like the lightweight to be a reserve bear. Congrats to him.
Reserve champion goes to Cody Enzer, and champion Burke Barrow goes to Cole Ritter. Class 25, Duroc Barrows, please make your way to the show arena. Alex Underwood, Jackson Davis, Addison Huff, Cole Wabel, Lady Mendenhall, and Caden Broyette. For Chester Bears, I think they fall together pretty logically. Young man's got kind of the unique bear out here that still I think one that just in terms of his hip and his hind leg and his function behind, he's the best one in terms of the way he squares up down at his foundation. For a big, pretty hawk, still got a lot of back shape and a lot of real pin width when you get right into him. That's a nice bear to start this class. But the one that kind of most closely followed him and just type and time was this bear that's going to come in second. Really impressive in terms of just shape and expression when you get right on top of him. I thought that bear was just a little softer and flatter on his front foot. I didn't think he was just as dense and secure in his rear leg, but probably like just the feel that he's got through the center part of his body relative to a couple others. Nice bear there to be reserved. The
Hogan comes out then in 3, and you can let 4 out at the same time. I thought they were similar kinds of bears, that they were good production-oriented kind of bears that had some center body to them and some mass. I thought from just a shape perspective and just a real power perspective, they got just a little flatter and plainer, bigger picture. I thought, especially on the 4th place bear, we'd maybe tweak just the way his rear foot hit the surface, squirt him up a bit and correct him in terms of his step. Good class of Chester Bears.
Results of Class 23. Reserve champion Chester Barrow goes to Cade Henderson, and champion goes to Brenner Underwood. Class 26, Duroc Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Lucas Jackson, Julia Fisher, Jackson Fight, Alex Grau, and Faith Lehman.
Got a standout winner in this lightweight Duroc class. This young man's got a bear that's fresh. He's still got an immature look to him. I appreciate that about him as a lightweight red bear. Really like just his feet and legs and his squareness and his mobility out here. I think another big advantage he's got is just the way he's built at the top of his shoulder. He just hooks up a little better right out of the backside of his blade into his foreloin, and I think still a bear that's muscular as he travels right away from you. 2 and 3 then probably get a little bit closer. To me, both of them need to be altered just in terms of their chine and right there at the top of their blade a little bit. I thought this bear that we're going to run second was just better in terms of natural feel to the center part of his body, a little bolder in his forearm. I like that bear's rear view in terms of having some squareness and still being muscular. Just want to change him there and where his chine sits and how he hooks up out of the backside of his blade. Bear that comes out next, probably a little heavier boned individually than the one we just talked about ahead of him. He's a shapely kind of a bear when you get on top of him. Wants to twist that rear hock out just a little bit more though as you step right behind him. Gets a bit drier and flatter through the part of his body. 4 and 5, we can let both those out at the same time because I think they're kinds of bears in the sense that they both probably need to be built just a little bit better as lightweights. I thought the young man's in 4 had just a little bit more muscle. Good class. My compliments as we get the Red Bear show started.
Results of Class 24. 5th place, Kaylee Smith. 4th place, Anthony Charlton. 3rd place, Tanner Dawson. 2nd place, Nora Privet, and class winner, Jacob Glunt. Class 27, Hampshire Barrows, please be making your way to the makeup arena. Berkeley Williams, Nora Privet, Izzy Grau, and Eli Kolb. Class 27, please begin making your way to the makeup arena.
get into our middles. And to me, these two bears that surface in 1 and 2, just in terms of maturity and freshness, need to do so. And down low, I think the bear that we start with, just more genuine. He's better in his knees, better in how he spreads in the base of his chest, coming right at you. He's packing a tremendous amount of heat behind, and yet still keeps his rear leg within himself, very, very acceptably, in my opinion. Nice bear to start this class. One that comes next, I think, in terms of just design and athleticism and youthfulness, you appreciate, particularly from his shoulder back. I mean, I like that bear's length of hip. I like just the drop and the set to his hind leg, the way he reaches and goes. We get to the front part of his body. He wants to rock forward in his knee and maybe collapse at the base of it just a little bit. I don't think he's just as overly stout and powerful as the bear we start with either. This bear that comes next probably has just a little more punch and dimension all the way through. Really a square pin bear that's still got a nice hind leg as he goes away from you. We get him on a profile. To me, he reads just a little quicker and a little crunchier. I'd probably just freshen that guy up a little bit where he's at from a composition standpoint, but I thought fundamentally still a good kind of red bear there to end up 3 in a good middleweight class. Bear that comes out next, probably just in terms of leanness and cutability and extension, maybe mirrors 1 and 2 just a shot better. I think we get behind that bear, and that's where his limitation comes. I just want to reshape his hock joint and change the way he's built behind a little bit if we can, because I like that bear's extension, I like his back shape, and I like his freshness. Hogan comes out in 5 ends, a moderate, big centered kind of a bear, like just the dimension he's got to him. Gets a little plainer and rounder in his build, doesn't have quite the elevation and balance. Once again, just a little widening stifle joint. Got a big extended bear coming out here in 6. It just needs a little more width and dimension all the way through, but a good class of middleweight reds.
Class 28, Hamp Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Hallie Scheller, McKinley Stahlbaum, Eli Biddle, and Ty Schultz. Class 28, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results of Class 25, 6th place, Addison Huff. 5th place, Jackson Davis. 4th place, Lainey Mendenhall. 3rd place, Caden Broyette. 2nd place, Alex Underwood. And 1st place, Cole Wable. We would like to extend a thank you to all of the volunteers who have helped us out, whether that's in the swine barn, the back table, the arena help today. We truly appreciate it. So if we could give a round of applause to all of our volunteers who made this possible.
get into this heavyweight class of reds. And I think this young man's bear is a pretty logical place to start here for me. I think one that, just from a freshness and muscularity perspective, surfaces here pretty nicely. He's one that still proportions neat from the side. He's elevated, but he's still short-backed, and I think fits together good just in terms of his image from right here. We maybe get him in motion. He maybe wants to stab those rear feet just a nickel wide. Maybe doesn't just relax in his blade perfect, but I think still an easy place to start this particular class. Yeah, I think from there, honestly, 2, 3, 4, you can have some discussion and debate where you want to be. I thought profile, the young man's bear coming next, just probably checked out the next best in terms of being a tall-shouldered, good-looking bear who got some length to his hip, still got a good set to his hind leg. He needs to be opened up in his knee and powered up in terms of shape and muscle all the way through, but I like his build and design to keep him up in this class. Lighter skin bear coming next, has more power, he has more width, and I appreciate those things about him. Gets a little wide up front in terms of his elbow, a little soft in his front foot, like to bring those feet back inside his skeleton as he travels right away. I think similar things can be said for the young lady's bear that ends up in 4 in this class. Really a rugged, big forearm, stout skull kind of a bear. A lot of density and shape in that hog. I appreciate that about him. Never just wants to just project and get his head up and go. Makes him look just a little rounder in his blade. He's one I'd lengthen out of his hip and just maybe change the way he goes behind a bit. Got a tall front, a good-looking bear that comes out in 5 then. Thought he was the flattest and driest there through the base of his rib and just the narrowest down low. Good class of heavyweight reds to finish on.
We are now showing for our champion and reserve champion, Duroc Barrow. Class winner from class 26 goes to Alex Grau. Probably one of the tougher breed decisions, honestly, to be made today to this point. I'll kind of tell you what I'm seeing in these 3 class winners. I thought all 3 of them surfaced pretty handily in their classes and probably didn't just get down to the nitty-gritty of details too much. So I'll talk about them in a good red breed drive here for just a bit. The young man's lightweight bear, I think in terms of proportions, in terms of design, in terms of look from the side, in terms of rear leg stability, I think he's as good as any of them out here in that regard. He's obviously still on his way up in terms of just where he's going to end and, you know, in terms of just massing up and reaching that final point, but I think he's well on his way in that regard. Comes out to squaring his knee, maybe alter, tweak his front foot placement just a little bit. I think that's a nice lightweight bear to study. Young man's a middleweight bear, just rugged and stout in every sense of the word. Way big chested and way big in his forearm and his blade. He's tremendously big pinned and got a big hind leg. He probably gets, lives just on the outside of his skeleton just a little bit, but I think still uses it nice from the side. We study that bear at just the top of his crest and study him back and through his forerib and his mid-body. Is he maybe as fresh as a couple others? I don't know. That's probably the question mark I have on him, but I love just how dense and stout and rugged he is everywhere. The bear out of the final class then, that's the one that I think in terms of just being a heavyweight red bear and still having shape up high, we appreciate that about him, the way he opens up in his foreloin all the way back to his hip. I think he's fresh and muscular and expressive in that regard. Bear's got a neat proportion. He maybe comes off just a shot short-bodied out here for me relative, particularly when you consider him being a little heavier weight. I think of the group, that bear has got the most habit of getting his rear foot just a little wide. It's not a hawk issue, but he gets his rear foot camped out just a little wide as he travels right away. Don't know if he just flexes and bends his hawk quite as well. So I think there's good discussion to be had out here in terms of just trade-offs, where you want to set priorities. My favorite one's the young man's lightweight. He'll be your champion red.
drop second back in, and definitely a hog that we talked about. If we could just change him at the top of his shoulder a little bit, we could push that champion just a little bit harder. I thought it was a close decision for champion. The one I like next best is this middle. He'll be your reserve Red Bear. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Cole Wabel with your reserve Duroc barrow and Jacob Glunt with your champion barrow. We've had the Queen and her court passing out ribbons for us today, and we would like to thank them and have them introduce themselves.
Welcome everyone, I'm McKinley Underhill, Miss Hamilton County.
Hi everyone, my name is Holly DeLong and I am Miss Congeniality.
Hi there everyone, my name's Grace Sally and I'm second runner-up.
Class winning bear has got maybe a little slower pace. I see Amanda try to fire him up and see what we could do, and when he kind of grabs the gear and goes, it's no question he needs to start. I think just as a lightweight Hampshire bear, I think his build's the best. I think his pasturing quality is superior to the bear in second. I think he's still square as you take him all the way down to his foundation. Good looking hog as he goes. This bear comes in twos, way fresh up high, way bold and dimensional in the upper part of his skeleton. Love his muscularity and his shape. Little flat on his front feet, little short in his cannon bone, read just a little quicker for me as a lightweight, but I thought still a nice bear to be second in that class. Bear that comes in third then, probably one that just in terms of stoutness of structure and ruggedness you can like a little bit, and initially maybe have some initial appeal with that bear, if you will. Still got plenty of dimension when you get right in on him. He's one that for me needs to go a little bit better. I need to set him back in his knee. I need to change just the stability to his hock, give him more flex and comfort. This bear that comes next probably has a little more range of motion. With that, I think he's a little too refined in his skull, a little too flat in his build all the way through. I'd like to give him just a little bit more muscle.
Class 29 Hereford Barrows, please start making your way to the makeup arena. Ethan Zeller, Alex Grau, Catherine Farmer, Avery Hills, Jackson Ritter, and Mercedes Schmidt. Class 29, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results of Class 27, fourth place, Berkeley Williams. Third place, Nora Privet. Second place, Izzy Grau. And class winner, Eli Kolb. Class 30, Landray Sparrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Alex Grau, Mercedes Schmidt, and Faith Lehman.
A more challenging and heavyweight hamp bearer class, and I think once we kind of get this class winning bearer going, I think he just flexes and uses his hind leg as good as any, and yet you get right on top of him. His chine's still buried deep. He's still got shape. He's still got dimension. Nice place to start. I thought just 4 rib back, this bearer that we're going to run in second here needed to do so. I thought he was bigger pinned and square hind-legged than the bearer that we're going to follow with in third with him. We studied there at the top of his shoulder. He gets just a little more pronounced in his chine, probably just a little forward in his forearm and his knee. Doesn't just proportion and balance as well, maybe as that class winner. Bear that comes next in third, one that's probably just a little fresher in terms of his composition. I like just the skin and hair presentation of that bear as well. A little flat in his front feet, a little fragile and frail in his forearm. I'd like to personally just square his hock a little bit behind when you get there, and maybe give him just a shot more muscle down in the seat of his pants. Got a big bodied, productive, centered kind of a bear that comes out in 4. He's one that for me is probably just a little far along in his composition. Like to lean him up a little bit, maybe change the way he gets out and travels as well. We get these 2 class winners out here, and I think honestly a pretty easy decision for me. Bear hit me hard in class for his design and his balance, and still has enough muscle. That man's lightweight's going to be your champion. Congratulations to him. We dropped that second place out, and we talked about maybe relative to that champion, just a little bit quicker in his maturity, maybe just a little flatter on his pastern. I still think individual proportionality and stoutness, he matches better out here and follows that champion. I like the young lady's second place to be reserve Hampshire.
Congratulations to your reserve Hamp Barrow showman, Izzy Grau, and your champion, Eli Kolb. Class 31, Poland Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Waylon Grinstead, Valerie Adams, Caitlin Graham, and McKinley Stahlbaum.
This is a good pair of Hereford Bears at a county level. I'm not going to lie to you. Pretty impressed by both of these. I think they got some unique advantages. Neither of them is perfect, and they probably complement each other just a bit. Young man's Bear, lighter skin Bear we start with. I think when you truly get down to that guy to the base of his skeleton and work up to just his forearm, I think he opens up just a fraction better in terms of real width. To me, that Bear is more dimensional in his foreloin, just a shot bolder in the upper part of his skeleton, and I like that about him. Where he really wins for me is when he goes away. I think he's got more dimension right in the seat of his pants, and I think he's just square and more secure in his hock. Now, he needs to probably relax right in the center of his spine. He needs to blend his hip loin a shot better, and probably isn't the stoutest legged one of the pair, and that's why I think it gets close. This young man's got one in second. It's pretty neat from the side in terms of his proportions. I think that guy runs uphill. He's level. He's short-bodied. I think fits together very good from a profile. Heavier bone probably than the Bear we just started. So that's why I think it's close. He comes to you reading just a little flatter and narrower right down to the base of his skeleton. He's one that as he goes away probably lives that hock just on the outside of his framework a shot more, like to even up in how he pressurizes on his rear toe, and didn't know if he was just as bold and truly opened up high. But that's a good pair of Hereford Bears at this level. My compliments to both those young men. The one that comes next out in three, definitely a big-bodied, pliable, thick-made kind of a Bear. He wants to collapse and cave down to his foundation here, and he comes right to you in terms of his knee and his front foot. Biggest thing on that Bear, just maturity, though. He's reading a little stale, a little fluffy for me. Probably like to just lean him up a bit if we can. Bear that comes next in four, probably one that is just a shot leaner later in his maturity pattern than is the Bear we just talked about. With that, I don't know if he's got just a degree of feature and degree of stoutness in bulk. He's just a little flatter and drier through his mid-body, a little straighter and more stilty in the way he's built out of his shoulder as well. Sound, practical kind of a Bear that comes out in five. With that said, I thought one that just needed a little more muscle and pop and punch all the way through. Thought he was just sounder and better in his breed character than the Bear we close with. Here's a stout, rugged one that needs to be corrected a little bit skeletally. Like to probably alter just his Hereford breed character at the same time. Nice class of Hereford Bears. Congratulations.
This is your 10-minute warning. If you want to sign up for the auction, you have to have those forms in the main office by noon. So you have 10 minutes left to run up to the office and get the auction all lined out. Class 32, Spot Barrows, please begin making your way to the makeup arena. Avery Hills, Megan Dawson, Audrey Davis, Keegan Shively, Annie Scheller, and Ty Macy. Class 32, please make your way to the makeup arena. Reserve champion Hereford Barrow went to Alex Grau, and champion went to Ethan Zeller.
Good trio of Landrace Bears out here. I think a pretty logical winner in the young man's Bear here. He's going to be your champion. I think one that just really balances well. He's got the best rear leg, the best mobility as he gets out and travels. He's still a Bear who's got squareness and muscularity to him. Nice place to start in this class. 2 and 3 can get a little bit closer for me, probably depending on kind of the looks you get of those Bears. Neither of them maybe just wanting to get their head up and really drive. Young lady in the pink shirt closest to me is going to have your reserve. I think a Bear that's just a little longer spine, a Bear who's got just a little more real shape in the upper part of his skeleton. Probably one that uses his rear leg better too. He runs downhill just a fraction much for me. Maybe he doesn't just balance at the top of his shoulder quite as well, but that's a heavy bone bear that's still got some good. Young lady still got a nice bear we're going to round out with in third. He's a bear who's got some muscle and some width to him. I like those things about him. We get back to his hip one junction. He wants to separate and just come apart just a fraction more. I thought he was just a little wide in terms of his hock, a little more labored in his step behind. But 3 nice landrace bears. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to your reserve lane race barrow, Faith Lehman, and your champion, Alex Grau. Class 33, Tamworth Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Catherine Farmer, Ethan Miller, and Eva Beckner.
Definitely some give and some take in this pulling bear drive. And the bear that we start with, he's not going to grab you and walk you anywhere, but I think just fundamentals, you study that one. He comes at you quite a bit square in his knee and better in the base of his chest than the bear in second. He's a longer fronted kind of a hog that's a little fresh compositionally. I think still a good-legged bear. I think the soundest structured bear in class in terms of the way he gets out and travels. Just a nice, solid pulling bear to start. Definitely the different one we're going to put reserve. I mean, he's very, very stout-legged, and I'm about that in terms of just the size to his form and the density to his rear leg. I guess with that, he needs to come at me just a shot truer and more genuine right in the base of his chest. The bear needs leveled out of his hip and just needs a little more muscle right in the seat of his pants when we get behind him, but an interesting one there. Young man's got a bear coming in 3, then I like him in terms of just his rear view, in terms of having some hip and some stifle and some muscularity to him. We get him off to a profile. I thought that bear was a little stiltier in his knee, didn't set as good just in his forearm and the way he traveled out of his front end. His ham loin comes undone for me just a bit more, and I'd like to blend that and balance it a shot better, but I like that that bear from a muscle standpoint there for sure in 3. Bear that comes next in 4, big body, pliable, big centered kind of a bear. He's got some foot and bone down low. I thought just compositionally, maturity-wise, he was just a little staler, probably a little chuffier than I deem ideal. Like to lean him up just a shot. Bear that we come out with next, one that I think is sound on his feet and legs. Another one, though, that just needs a little bit more muscle in relation to everything that he's got, in terms of body and feel. Like to stout up his bone work just a bit, too. Nice class of pulling bears.
Congratulations to your reserve champion Poland Barrow, Caitlin Graham, and your champion Waylon Grinstead. Class 34, York Barrows, please make your way to the show arena. Josh Schnarr, Ella Huff, Jonathan Muir, Tripp Baugh, Cole Wable, and Landon Gaunt. Class 34, please make your way to the makeup arena. At the conclusion of the Barrow Show, we will be taking a 1-hour lunch break. When we return from that, we will start with our Gilt Grand Drive. At the conclusion of the Barrow Show, we will be taking a 1-hour lunch break.
Good class of spot bears. And young man's got one that's just pretty overpowering in this class. Tough to look past just how bold and stout and dense he is in every essence of the word. He's not perfect in his honk, but I think that's a minor detail in this class. I think he wins pretty handily. I like the design and the build of this bear that comes next. I know he probably doesn't have the most muscle of what remains, but I think that's a heavy skeleton, clean jointed spot bear that's square and mobile as he goes. Hooks up better behind his shoulder, a little better in his flank than the bear that's going to be third. Probably one that's got better days ahead of him, to be honest, as you kind of project him forward. Not as powerful as that champion today. Here's the bear coming in 3 that probably has just more muscle. He's more than what that second place one is. I like just how big hip that bear is when you get right behind him. Little Staler and Planer in the top part of his skeleton. Like to clean him up in his gland there. Just balance that hog a little different from the profile. Bear that comes out next I thought was fundamental in terms of his feet and legs and fairly flexible. Thought he got just a bit flatter in his rib and flatter in his shoulder blade. Not as muscular and bold as he goes. 5 and 6, we can let both those out. I thought similar kinds of bears in terms of being big, extended, pretty bears that had some structural integrity to them. Both of them need more bone and feature for me. Both of them need just a little bit more width and power, but a nice class of spot bears to go through.
Class 35, York Barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Ty Kramer, Jackson Fight, Jesse Bishop, Logan Bates, Gabe Snyder, and Seth Osborne. Congratulations to your reserve spot barrow champion, Avery Hills, and champion, Ty Macy. Second call for Landon Glunt, class 34. This is your second call.
3 Tamworth bears. Young man wins this drive for fun. He's got a good Tamworth bear out here that's heavy boned and stout featured and dense. He's the freshest in his muscle texture and his composition. Got a great big rolled up back set in him. He's square down low. I like that bear a good deal to start. 2 and 3 get a little bit closer. I think there's more spread and dimension in this bear right here to go ahead and tie for reserve Tamworth. I like just the added center body that he's got, the added width he's got down to the base of his skeleton. He's one I'd like to lean up compositionally and just freshen him a bit, probably peeling back in terms of cover, maybe stouten his bone work up just a bit. This bear that comes in 3 probably is just a little bit leaner and higher cutability, and I appreciate that about him. Probably has just a little more foot to match. Get down to the base of him, though, and he wants to flatten and cave just a bit too much. Thought he was the flattest body to the 3. The 3 nice Tamworth bears there in that particular drive.
Reserve Tamworth Barrow goes to Eva Beckner, and your champion goes to Ethan Miller. Congratulations. Class 36, lightweight crossbred barrows, please begin making your way to the show arena. Randy Pitts, Cameron Merriman, Braxton Stahlbaum, Keegan Shively, Eli Kolb, Brody McKinney, Jesse Bishop, and Jonathan Schnarr. Class 36, please make your way to the makeup arena.
good pair of Yorkshire Bears in this first class. And I think the young man in the red shirt's got one that just opens up so good. That initial impression out of the gate, his chest, blade, and knee to ground squareness is impeccable. Got more real back shape and real forerib than the bear that comes next. He's maybe not just as stout-legged in relation to his mass, but I like the stability to his rear pastern at the same time relative to our second place bear. This is an awful good looking one coming in too, though. Tall bladed, really good looking ahead of his shoulder, heavy bone. I think he's mobile enough as he goes. I'd personally like to just strengthen him a little bit in terms of his pasterns on all four. I didn't think that hog opened with the same shoulder blade and pin set and stoutness as what that class winner did. Bear that comes out next, I think from a product and dimension standpoint, you like him a deal. He's shapely and expressive. Get on top of him, still a big hip kind of a bear. From the side, he's a little crunchier and quicker. Wants to run downhill just a bit more, get a bit plainer blade forward. Like to clean him up a bit, maybe compositionally as well. Bear that comes in 4, I think another one that you like initially, having just some stoutness and some ruggedness to him. He's got good depth of body. When you get right on top of him, I read him just a little flatter and more nondescript in his rib shape. Don't read him just quite as muscular and truly expressive as a couple of those ahead. Got a big pretty bear coming out here in 5 that's a little too flat-bodied and closed up, but I like his structure and I like his extension. Bear we close with maybe has just a little bit more shape and expression than the one right ahead of him. Thought he got just a little bit piecier as he drove, though. Like to maybe change the way he gets off and goes those rear legs. Nice class of lightweight Yorkshire Bears.
Results of Class 34 York Barrows. 6th place, Josh Schnarr. 5th place, Jonathan Muir. 4th place, Ella Huff. 3rd place, Trip Baugh. 2nd place, Landon Glunt, and class winner, Cole Wable. Class 37 Lightweight Barrows, please make your way to the show arena. Charles Merriman, Caitlin Graham, Kinley Privet, Madeline Roberts, Jonathan Muir, Cody Enzer, Faith Lehman, and Joshua Schnarr. Class 37 Lightweight Crossbred Barrows, please make your way to the show arena.
Nice place to start this class. The young man in the orange shirt, bear that's just the boldest and just the truest in terms of his shape and his width. I think, and compositionally, a heavyweight York bear that's still correct in that regard. Maybe just alter the way he goes off his front end a little bit. Probably a bigger picture. He needs a better attitude out here to really appreciate him, but that's a good bear to start this class. I thought in terms of just design and build, this bear that goes second needed to do so. He's quite a bit longer, leveler in his spine. He's more athletic and functional in his rear leg than what the third place bear is. I thought he got just a bit flatter and drier, though, through the base of his rear, but I didn't know if that Bear Red is fresh and youthful in terms of his shape, but I like his feet and legs better than 3. Bear that comes out in 3rd from just a pure muscle perspective, you could probably move him up a spot if you wanted to, because he is bolder and fresher right at the top part of his skeleton. He's got more real dimension down through the base of his stifle, and I appreciate that about him. Always wants to just rock that spine up and not just level that hip out. He wants to just labor a bit more off both ends. Wish we could just make him more comfortable as he goes. Got a big centered, productive, pliable kind of a bear coming out there in 4, like his center body dimension and depth. He's one I'd like to lean up, though. Compositionally, I'd like to trim him up and just give him more real true shape. Bear in 5 comes out then. I think there's one that's really tall-shouldered, long spine and sound, a little frail and refined in his feature, needs more width and dimension all the way through. Thought he still had more shape and expression than this bear coming next. This bear might have a shot just more spread right through the center part of his skeleton. I thought he was the plainest, though, at the top of his shoulder in terms of shape. I thought he got the nondescript as you take him back to his foreloin. But a good class of heavyweight Yorkshires. My compliments to those exhibitors. Good pair of them out here to represent this Yorkshire Barrow Show. I guess with that said, there's one that had a very strong initial impression on me in terms of his ability to be big chested, but yet still have the right neck set, have the right proportions, incredibly bold when you get on top of him. Young man in the red shirt there is going to have your champion. Congrats to him. We got that second place out, and we talked maybe his relative advantages to that class winner just in terms of look from the side. He's a heavy bone bear who's athletic in terms of his range of motion, but probably not as secure in his posture and probably not just as bold and opened up as what that champion is, but I still think that's the next most interesting one to study. I like the young man in the green shirt to have your reserve. Congrats to him.
Congratulations to Landon Glunt with your reserve champion York Barrow and Cole Wabel with your champion. Following lunch, pork ambassadors and 10-year swine members, please report to the front table. Thank you.
go ahead and start off this lightweight cross barrow show. And our class winner, I think, wins easy. His attitude kind of blew on us halfway through, but that's a neat show pig in terms of his proportions, his design, his look from the side. He's heavy boned, but he's still athletic and clean jointed. I love just his crest and his immaturity when you study his skull and his face. Square pin barrow. He's probably not the biggest chested one, but I think still a nice place to start. Young man's all black barrow then is probably one that today has just a little bit more dimension and punch when you get right in the upper part of his skeleton and you study him in his foreloin. I like his dimension. I like he's spread a good deal. For me, that barrow labors just a fraction more. He goes behind. I don't think he's just as truly free and athletic and mobile as what our class is. Maybe read just a fraction quicker, but that's still a nice place to follow up second in this class. Spot barrow comes out next. He comes across maybe just a little plainer and less descript relative to a couple ahead, but I think fundamentally that's a nice barrow. He's square down low. He's comfortable on his feet and legs. He's still got some rib shape. I like his squareness to his hock better than this blue barrow coming next. Blue barrow coming in 4 probably has a little bit more muscle when you get right in the upper part of his skeleton. Get behind him though, and I just wasn't as comfortable with where his rear joint sat. Need to square him up and correct him a bit in that regard. Duroc barrow that comes out in 5, I like from the side for being tall-shouldered and heavy-boned. He's a lean kind of hog. Get on both ends of him though. He's too flat and too closed up. Need to just open him up with a little bit more width there all the way through. 7 and 8, we can kind of let those out there. I thought hogs that look like they've got some future to them still. Maybe they're hogs that today they don't balance up as well. They need maybe a little more body or rib. Maybe a couple of them need corrected structurally. A good way to start off in that crossbred barrow show.
Results of Class 36 lightweight crossbred barrows. 8th place, Braxton Stahlbaum. 7th place, Cameron Merriman. 6th place, Randy Pitts. 5th place, Jonathan Schnarr. 4th place, Jesse Bishop. 3rd place, Brody McKinney. 2nd place, Keegan Shively. And class winner, Eli Kolb. Class 38 heavyweight crossbred barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Brenner Underwood, Ella Huff, Eli Kolb, Izzy Grau, Larry Endicott, McKinley Stahlbaum, Alex Underwood, and Ty Macy. Class 38 heavyweight crossbred barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena.
turned it up a little bit probably in this second class of lights, and I think you can talk some differences between these two blue bears. I guess for me, the one that just stays more proportional the longer we drive him is this young lady in the white shirt here in the center. He's going to be your class winner. I think that bear is heavier boned. He's bigger in his forearm than the bear that's going to be 2. I think he relaxes in his spine just a bit better. Even when you give him his head, I think he keeps his top line just a little bit more symmetrical than does the bear in 2. I think he's one that's got a big rear leg that works well. I don't think he's the heaviest muscle of the pair, and I'd probably tweak just his front feet ever so slightly in terms of how he pressurizes and hits the surface. But I think a well-driven bear who's still square, who's still good looking, and got gas in the tank. This blue bear that comes next, I think, is one that up high you really appreciate for just the freshness and the boldness that he's got to the upper part of his cage. He's a little bigger pin kind of a bear, got a square hind leg. I like his front foot quality in terms of pastern strength. I don't think he opens in the base of his chest as good. When she gives him his head, he wants to just rise up in his spine and round out just a little bit more. That's an interesting bear to study, though, there in 2 for her. I think there's good things in this third place bear at 2, and honestly, if we didn't have to just nitpick him a little bit off each end of his skeleton, we can like just his density, his skull, the spread he's got in the upper part of his back. He's a big pin bear. He's got a big set of feet and legs. I like that about him. He's the most pigeon-toed and the most concerning on his front feet of those initial 3. I thought of the trio that we drove for a while. I thought he was the most suspect in terms of how he dropped his hock out of the plane of his body and where he planted behind. I'd like to give him just a fraction more mobility as he goes. Here's a good bear. It comes out in 4 that just, to me, runs out of some of the extras in terms of look and freshness and athleticism. He's a good-bodied bear who's opened up. He's got some spread and dimension. At the same time, I thought that bear shoulder forward was just a fraction plainer. Didn't read him as expressive, and in terms of his shape, still a solid bear there. This guy coming out in 5 then, probably a little bigger, leaner, more extended kind of a bear, like his cutability. He needs more body shape. He needs more forerib and just overall dimension. Maybe like to clean him up in his hock just a little bit as well. Big centered, practical bear coming out next. He gets a little plain and peaked right at the top side of his shoulder. He's not just as expressive and bold as a couple others. Bear that comes out next has got some muscle, but we got a little coarseness and swelling there in terms of his hock joint. Just doesn't go good enough behind. The bear that comes next is probably just a little bit sounder in terms of his skeleton. I guess with that said, though, he's the narrowest, most closed up one in class. Just like to give him a little bit more muscle.
Class 39 heavyweight crossbred barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena. Bailey Brown, Ashley Wabel, Yale Kaiser, Paul Kaiser, Tyler Graham, Jacob Glunt, and Eva Beckner. Class 39 heavyweight crossbred barrows, please make your way to the makeup arena.
Good top end of these lightweight bears, good first and seconds too in both these classes as we get them back out here in contention. I think both these bears pattern up very well from the side in terms of their build and design. I think one of them opens quite a bit better in terms of his chest and his rib. Young lady's blue bear is going to be your champion life. Congrats to her. We dropped that blue bear out, then there was second, and talked just his freshness of muscles, very, very good. A big pin bear that goes away from you pretty well in terms of squareness. Like to open his chest just a little bit. Probably like to just relax his spine down in him. I think it gets a little bit closer, honestly, when we talk about finding the reserve out here, because I think you've got one in that first class winner that's obviously been a little tough to function with and tough to go with his attitude. But and there's some neat things in that one in terms of just his density of structure, his athleticism. his comfort level. Probably has the same concern on his front pasterns as does that class winner, that champion bearer that we had there. So like I said, I think it gets close. The one that hit me the next hardest, though, was that lightweight. We're fighting in the corner. He'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Eli Cole with your reserve lightweight crossbarrow, and your champion lightweight crossbarrow goes to Caitlin Graham. After we select our crossbred barrow champion, we will be taking an hour lunch break. Following that hour lunch break, we will proceed with the Gilt Grand Drive. Please make sure the champion and reserve champion from each breed will be ready to go an hour after lunch.
get into this first heavy class, and I think some give and take, but I guess at the same time, the bear that starts to me is the one you have to make just the fewest excuses for. I think at the ground he's the squarest. I think he's the best in terms of just the way he functions and goes off of both ends of his skeleton. I think definitely square hind-legged than the bear in 3. And then I like the way, just the freshness to that hog in terms of his feel and the way his ham loin blends relative to the bear in 2. Not going to wow you anywhere initially, but I think solid and fundamental to start that particular class. Probably the bear with a few ESTs and some wow factor comes in second with this blue bear. He's big-legged, he's tall-shouldered, neat-looking up front. I definitely got that initial impression that you like to see in one. I guess with that, for me, his ham loin just doesn't fit. And I spent some time trying to get it to work and make a case to justify that bear, using him to win this class because I do think he's as unique as any of them in a spot or two. I got to fix his ham loin and just balance it up different in that regard. That's a neat bear still to talk about there in 2. The bear that comes next in terms of just center body and feel and rib and spread, I think you got to like that one as well. One that's really good in terms of his presentation up high. He's square out of the back of his shoulder into his foreloin. I like all those things about him. The bear runs downhill just a bit much for me. He's a little crunchier headed, I guess, when you study him ahead of his blade. Probably my biggest hold up, though, is when we get behind him. I thought he was the most east and west with how he handled his hock and his rear leg relative to those initial 3, and I thought that's what got him in trouble. Similar things can be said to this bear that comes next, and honestly one that in terms of just back shape and expression, you like a good deal as he drives right under you, really expressive in terms of his hip and his stifle. He goes behind. He's just a little wide. He's a little outside himself. We got to correct that to make him more competitive in this class. Bear that comes next, really a thick dimensional kind of hog that just needs fixing his pasterns. He's a little tentative and just hesitant out here in terms of how he gets out and goes. If we could just change that, we could use that hog spread and dimension maybe a shot or 2 higher. Bear that comes next then in 6, one that probably is just a little more athletic and sounder and more mobile as he gets out and goes off of both ends. With that, I thought he was flatter in his cage and just a bit narrow in terms of his build, but I like his design from the side. Bear that comes next, a big body pliable one that just breaks behind his shoulder a bit too much. Got to push him down in his chine and freshen him up compositionally. The bear that comes next, and Blue Hog we close with, but one that was good bodied and practical, just needed a little more shape, needed a little more show ring look. Good class of heavyweight bears.
Results of Class 38 heavyweight crossbred barrows. 8th place goes to Ella Huff. 7th place, McKinley Stahlbaum. 6th place, Larry Endicott. 5th place, Alex Underwood. 4th place, Brenner Underwood. 3rd place, Izzy Grau. 2nd place, Eli Kolb. And class winner, Ty Macy.
phenomenal way to end this heavyweight crossbred barrow division, and I think we kind of found one in this class to kind of take things to a different level in this show. And you want to talk about a barrow that initially, yeah, his color markings are unique and they draw you in. But I mean, man, you study that guy off both ends and just how good he squares up down to the arena surface. He's big and he's broad, but there's no bends and there's no bows. His posturing quality is still good. He flexes and reaches. He's sharp-fronted, and then from there back, so bold and massive. That's a very good one to start this class. From there, it gets to me a close decision between 2 and 3. Kind of depend on where you want to set priorities. I thought this black barrow was just a little bit safer, and what I mean by that is I get behind him. I think he's more stable in terms of his honk and just how he handles his rear leg. I prefer his length of hip over the barrow that's going to be in 3. Right on top of that guy, he's a little plainer and chuffier in the upper part of his skeleton. He's not as fresh and expressive as is that class winner. Not as neat up front either, but I thought fundamentally a nice barrow there. There's neat pieces in this barrow that comes third. I mean, extra big-legged and dense in terms of just his arm and just how stout his hind leg is. He's got a sharp jawline to have that kind of feature packed from their back. He's one I want to blend, just a fraction different at his ham loin and length in terms of his hip, just a little outside for me in terms of where he sets that hawk on the plane of his skeleton. We fixed that. I think that bar moves into second pretty in my mind, a pretty close pair. This is a thick, stout, bold one coming out in 4. Of the initial 4, he's the quickest in terms of his maturity. He's the most stilty and the most rigid off of either end of his build. I thought the longer the drive went, the tighter he became, but that one is packed full of muscle and stoutness. I like that about him. This barrow comes out next, a practical, productive one. He just needs more shape and more expression relative to some of those ahead, but I thought his feet and legs were still good. He still had some dimension. Pair of spots we come out with then in 6 and 7. I thought hogs that for their breed, I thought still had some quality. Maybe just run out of muscle in this heavyweight cross class. We get these two heavies out here, and I thought both of them in their respective classes just as good build as any of them in terms of practicality and just athleticism and the way their skeletons were put together. One of them just so much more extra in terms of his look and his stoutness and his punch. Young man's final class winner is going to be your champion. Congrats to him. We dropped second out, and, you know, talked about him being a very solid barrow that kind of ran into a saw in that class. He's probably just relative to the other barrow out here, just a little thicker and more dimensional down to the base of the skeleton, probably a little stouter legged. With that, he's probably also just a little more jammed up shoulder forward. I don't know if that barrow just flexes and reaches as perfectly as I'd like to see. I think it gets much, much closer for reserve. I think the one, though, that just in terms of design and comfort level and freshness, that suits me next best, young man's class winner will be your reserve. Congrats to him.
Reserve champion heavyweight cross barrow goes to Ty Macy, and champion goes to Jacob Glunt. We'll now be selecting our overall crossbred barrow and reserve.
You get these two division winners back, and I think hogs that match up very well in terms of being proportional. They match their weight and their maturity well. They're hogs that have got substance and power, but yet they still handle it well. Probably no secret, my favorite, though, is the heavyweight. He'll be your champion. Congratulations. Good job to reserve heavy out, and again, just I don't know if he's one that would grab you initially in that heavy lineup because he's not out there anywhere, but you liked him just for how athletic and comfortable and fresh he was. I think the one that follows that champion just a shot better in terms of squareness and power is the Blue Bear out of Division I. He'll be your reserve.
Champion Crossbred Barrow was shown by Jacob Glent and reserve was by Caitlin Graham. We will be starting our hour lunch break. Please, at the end of the hour, have your champion and reserve gilts up in the show arena ready to go for our champion gilt drive. We have a sheet of paper at the front table for the youth show tonight. Sign up ends at 6 p.m. and the show will begin right at 7 p.m. Please make sure you put your child's name and age on the form. Exhibitors, this is your 10-minute warning. We will start our Gilt Grand Drive at 1:50, so please have your champion and reserve champion gilts in the show arena by 1:50. Also, if you have completed 10 years in the Swine Project or you are a pork ambassador, please come and report to the show arena so we can introduce you. Thank you. Pork ambassadors and members who have completed 10 years of the Swine Project, please make your way to the show arena. Champion gilts, please make your way to the show arena. Reserve gilts will call in a few moments once we get all of our champions up here. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back from lunch. My name's Kaylee Stevens. I'm one of the directors of the Pork Ambassadors program that we have here during the fair. And along with
Penny Woodward, Hank Reynolds.
We want to introduce the Pork Ambassadors to you guys. We have a couple of awards and want to honor the 10-year members that have showed swine for 10 years as well. Our 2021 Pork Ambassadors are Jake Drummond, Tyler Drummond, Alex Grau, Ty Macy, Charles Merriman, Eddie Muir, Jillian Oswald, Jenna Peterson, Brody Peel, Caleb Reynolds, Claire Rulin, and Ethan Zeller. Now, some of the awards we have, when our Pork Ambassadors complete 3 consecutive years and have met all of their requirements, along with that, we present them with the Director's Chair. And this year we have 2 people that have qualified for that. Jake Drummond and Ty Macy have completed 3 consecutive years and have done all their requirements. Everybody give them a round of applause.
We also have an award to present to two of our ambassadors this year that they get. And this year's awards go to Jillian Oswald and Jenna Peterson. And last but not least, we also have 10-year blankets to hand out to people that have showed swine all 10 years. And these recipients are Nathan Achenbaugh, Yale Kaiser, Jillian Oswald, and Jenna Peterson. And because of COVID, we didn't get to hand out the rest of the blankets last year. So for the 2020 blankets, if you are here, please come up and grab one. They're for Margaret Adams, Nicholas Burke, Caitlin Hartwick, Chloe Henderson, Emma Humberg, Nolan Miller, Colton Rowland, and Curtis Thomas. And Curtis Thomas was also one of our recipients for the Ambassador Award last year for 2020. Everybody give them all a round of applause and we'll get your show started.
Reserve champions, we are not going to have you guys come to the show arena. Please just be ready in your pen in the barn. As soon as you hear the placings called, we will call your name. So please have your pig ready in their pen in the barn. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started with our grand gilt drive. Exhibiting your champion Berkshire gilt was Chase Brennan. The reserve was Jenna Peterson. Your champion Chester White gilt is shown by Caden Broyette, and your reserve was Eva Beckner. Your champion Duroc gilt was exhibited by Izzy Grau, and your reserve was Cole Wable. Your champion Hampshire was exhibited by Logan Bates, and the reserve Eli Biddle. Your champion Hereford gilt was exhibited by Cole Ritter, and the reserve was Chase Brennan. Your champion Landrace gilt was exhibited by Eva Beckner, and the reserve was Nora Privet. Your champion Poland gilt was exhibited by Ethan Zeller, and the reserve was Caitlin Graham. Your champion spot gilt was exhibited by Caden Broyette, and your reserve Landon Glunt. Your champion Tamworth was exhibited by Catherine Farmer. Your champion Yorkshire gilt was exhibited by Eva Beckner, and reserve Addison Huff. Your crossbred gilt champion was Landon Glunt, and reserve Caitlin Graham. Let's give all of these kids a round of applause.
Well, guys, if you would ringside, please put your hands together really big and loud for these kids driving your breed champion gilts. I think this is a phenomenal set of females out here to represent, and I mean that sincerely when I say every breed is represented incredibly well out here. These gilts really kind of embody and just exemplify what I've tried to stress today in terms of building them right, making them correct, and making them fundamental, and we can, just packing extras on them and making them unique. And I believe we pick a top 5. Is that correct? We pick a top 5 overall, and I think we definitely have the depth and quality to get in there and do that. And I'll tell you, for me, it probably comes down to a pair of them for champion. I think that both gilts, relative to their breeds, they're so good and they're so unique. I think one of them is so unique in her ability to be just so fault-free and one you don't have to make any excuses for. And then I think there's one that's just so out there and so different for what she represents relative to her particular breed. I'll take one more look at them, go show you which the one I like for grand, and we'll continue to get you a top 5. Again, been my pleasure to work through the gilt show. Look forward to the bear drive in just a bit. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations to Ethan Zeller with the grand champion pole and gilt. Caitlin Graham, please bring your pole and gilt to the show arena.
We dropped that reserve Poland in, and I think she fits right in the mix. I've never used a Poland to win a show overall, to be honest with you. I thought that was so unique and so good for some things that she combined, and just very, very impressed by that gilt and what she puts together. I think there's another one that pushed her incredibly hard in my mind for just how fundamental and correct she is. Just perfect in terms of her structure and her skeleton. I love her joint work. I love her feet, and I love her toes. I love her balance. She's not as out there maybe and just not as wild in a spot or two as that champion, but pretty handily. My next favorite one's that young lady's Duroc. She'll be reserve grand. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Izzy Grau exhibiting your reserve grand champion Duroc gilt. Cole Wable, please come to the ring with your reserve Duroc gilt.
We talked that pair in drive again in that particular Duroc drive. This gilt just stout and massive and dense in every essence of the word. Didn't know if she maybe coordinated just as perfectly as did that champion. She comes out here and I think looks very, very good. That's the one I like third best to be a third out. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Cole Wable exhibiting your third overall Duroc gilt.
Fourth out, there's another one that we picked on her in one spot coming at you and just where her front feet pressurized hitting the surface, but this one's fresh. She's presented to a T. She's bold, she's stout, she's good looking. Young man's crossbred's going to be fourth out. Congrats, buddy.
Fourth overall goes to Landon Glunt with his champion crossbred gilt. Caitlin Graham, please come to the ring with your reserve crossbred gilt.
We dropped that reserve cross in, and again, just very dense and good in terms of her rear leg. We talked about that gilt being better front-footed, maybe not as open at her knee, maybe not as fresh, but I thought that pair was close in breed. I still think it's close out here. Reserve cross, the one I like fifth out. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Caitlin Graham with her fifth overall crossbred gilt. All right, let's go ahead and get started with our Barrow Show Grand Drive. If you are a champion Barrow exhibitor, please make your way to the show arena. And once we give them a second to get up here, if you are a reserve and you would like to come up, you can head on in. Once again, your champion Barrow exhibitors, please make your way to the show arena. Okay, we're gonna get started with our Barrow Grand Drive. Exhibiting your champion Berkshire Barrow is Cole Ritter. Reserve, Cody Inzer. Your champion Chester Barrow was shown by Brenner Underwood. In reserve, Cade Henderson. Your champion Duroc Barrow was showed by Jacob Glunt. In your reserve, Cole Wable. Your champion Hampshire Barrow was showed by Eloy Kolb. In your reserve, Izzy Grau. Our champion Hereford Barrow was shown by Ethan Zeller. In reserve, Alex Grau. Our champion Landrace Barrow was shown by Alex Grau. In your reserve, Faith Lehman. Our champion Poland Barrow was shown by Waylon Grinstead. In our reserve, Caitlin Graham. Our champion Spot Barrow was shown by Ty Macy. In reserve, Avery Hills. Our champion Tamworth Barrow was shown by Ethan Miller. In reserve, Eva Beckner. Our champion York Barrow was exhibited by Cole Wable. In reserve, Landon Glunt. Our champion Crossbred Barrow was shown by Jacob Glunt. In reserve, Caitlin Graham.
Hi everyone, my name is Jenna Peterson and I would like to tell you about how you can contribute to the education and advancement of 4-H youth here in Hamilton County. We are currently passing around buckets at events like tonight and throughout the fair to help fund the Hamilton County 4-H Scholarship Program. The scholarships are awarded exclusively to college-bound 4-H members in Hamilton County. This year, the scholarship recipients from Hamilton County and Indiana 4-H Foundation were myself, Tracy Burris, Katie Leroux, Laura Vaughn, Kathleen Cannaday, Faith Miner, Kate Schreck, and Brody Peel. We would all like to thank each and every one of you for your generosity and support of the 4-H program.
We would like to take a moment of silence to reflect on the late Bob Huber. Bob was a 59-year 4-H volunteer. There was no place Bob would rather be than this show arena on Hog Day. The Barrow Grand Drive is the perfect time to reflect on all Bob Huber did for all of us. He was an astonishing man with a passion for 4-H, our youth, and community. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
You guys go ahead and start driving them again. I don't have a whole lot to say for a speech, I guess, but I just want to say thank you to the crew here at Hamilton County for the opportunity. It's been a lot of fun today. We got lucky with a good day for weather. It's been really enjoyable from that standpoint. But I mean, you talk about just quality of youth and kids out here, quality of support, people that are helping put this show on the Swine Committee, doing all they can to try to make it smooth for exhibitors. It's one of the more impressive experiences I've got to have at a county level of judging. And if you would please put your hands together for everyone that makes this possible today and everyone who had a hand in making this event go off without a hitch. Again, just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Originally from the state of Indiana, so any chance I have to come back and sort here, I definitely enjoy it, and it's definitely an honor. And I would always consider this one of the tougher and more premier counties in the state for sure, from just a show pig perspective. And I think that can be seen out here in this set of bears, Pier and Cross alike. I think there's a tremendous group of them as they drive out here. Bears that are proportional, bears that are fresh, bears bears that are mobile, but yet they still got stoutness, they still got density to them. I think there's one that, man, you talk about first impression and hitting the guy hard. He did just that for me today. I'm going to go show you which one I like for champion again. Thank you, guys. It's been a real honor.
Congratulations to Jacob Glunt with his overall crossbred barrow. We'll now bring in Caitlin Graham, the reserve.
We dropped that blue bear, the lightweights in, and I think he fits right in the mix of discussion out here as we think about naming a 3-4, a reserve 3, 4, and 5, and finishing out this lineup. There's another one that I'm a big fan of. Again, first impression out of the gate in his class, I thought squareness of chest, blade shape, skull, and jawline was so unique, and then to be as powerful as he is, he's still so mobile. That Yorkshire bear is the next best one. He'll be reserve grand today.
Reserve goes to Cole Wable with his York Barrow. We will now bring in Landon Glunt with his reserve champion.
That reserve York comes in, I think only adds to the quality of the mix out here. I think for third, another one in terms of squareness and proportions and balance. I think he comes out here and looks very, very good. Came out of a division that was pretty tough. Young lady's blue bear there's going to be third out. Congrats to her. For fourth overall, then, I think 4 and 5, you can start talking about 3 or 4 different candidates to kind of get in the mix of things here. Another one I think for his breed is very, very good. I like for fourth out. You want to talk about one that opens up very, very good. He's very athletic and mobile. He's fresh. He's good looking. His attitude soured on us, but that Landrace is a good one, I think, and I like that one fourth best. Congratulations.
Third overall went to Caitlin Graham. Fourth went to Alex Grau with his Landrace, and we will now bring in Faith Lehman.
Again, I think you could justify some different things we get into fit out. I guess the one I like to round out our top 5, he's probably still on the incline in terms of where his endpoint sits, but man, he's good looking, he's athletic, he's comfortable, he's square. I'd love to see him in 3 weeks. This Duroc bear is going to be 5 out. Congratulations, young man. Thank you guys again. Great opportunity today. Awesome show.
Fifth overall goes to Jacob Glunt with his Duroc Barrow. Exhibitors, our judge is going to stay around for banner pictures, so if you would like, please start bringing up those hogs that you would like pictured in front of the 2021 banner.